Okay. Light from outside is throwing off my lighting. All right. A little bit is good. That seems better. Okay. So, oh, I didn't, oh, there's an update. 16.0. The Omni key is now caps lock by default. Did I disable my caps lock? Oh, hold on. I need to. No, I need IQ. I have to undisable my caps lock so okay. Key assignments. Got it. Uh, delete. Was it me? What'd I do? That's not what I want to do. Oh, what's going on? I think my multi PC settings are blocking it now too. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it seems like a problem. Yeah, when I hit the caps lock, it's just beeping. I think I got something messed up with my settings. Yeah. Yeah. Filter keys. Okay. Why is this not working? Still something is... So I fixed... My caps lock is working here. Okay, so that setting is working. And then when... Okay, let's restart Exile UI. Like, it's on. But I can't open the menu anyway. And because it got changed... Okay, I need to go look at the release notes. Yeah, I use F13 for my push attack. I mean, I don't understand how things don't recognize it. It's hard to set it. But if you have it set so that a key pushes F13, then it can just all those should be able to be used by anything because it's just a key press. And it's not like they have to specifically say, "Oh, nobody has these, so if something gets pushed, block it," is the way I would think, but oh, long pressing the escape button. Ah, okay. All right. I'm gonna have to get used to the Omni key being different. Yeah, I didn't read all the way down to the bottom. Okay. I think I understand the rest of it. But I need to act tracker. Yeah. All right. Now I'm back. Let's
The dead should remember their place.
Okay, run started. I should probably pick up Heavy Strike. Change to move. I find it weird the way the Marauder's hair works because it looks like it's opposing gravity. Not gravity, momentum. Because when you're running forward, because it's like in front of you, it's like pushing forward instead of being pushed back into you. It's weird. He uses far too much hair product for hair that long.
I live to see another dawn.
You finally got the big one.
Okay. So I need to... Oh yeah. Long press escape. Nope, nope, not that. Okay, league start is off. I'm turning off gems. Okay, so now it should be... There we go. Whatever. Okay. Rolling magma and combustion, elemental proliferation. Okay.
Fine work with... Farewell.
Talalinas while we
There's an eye.
Welcome.
Is there a 3 blue? I don't see a 3 blue.
Yes?
No, they're not linked. 2 blue and a green is better.
Goodbye.
am surrounded by living corpses, dying Oriathans.
Nope.
Dominus wanted me to die here. I will disappoint him.
Oh no! Really? Stupid Roas. I mean, I am basically naked, so... No, it's caps lock. do not have. Ooh.
Just what I needed. More Ray-class filth. You look soft. House Cater would have broken you by now.
Feel like either it's right up here or I'm going the wrong way. No, it has to be this way. Yeah, no, I'm going the right way. Oh, jeez. Really? Nothing.
slave is not a man. A slave is not even worthy of death.
Life regeneration is good. Some cold resistance is good. Alright, there's some wool gloves that have the right sockets. I'm one level away from being able to use that third socket yet, so... I also could use a red, red, blue. I have a red, blue. Could use another... Yeah, 100%. No, I just didn't want to have to worry about quests and stuff and buying gems, so I just did the whole buy all the gems. So this isn't a perfect league start scenario, but it's good enough. I didn't properly read your instructions, and when I updated your mod, I got really confused. I had to go to the release notes to figure out how I opened that menu. My brain said caps lock, holding caps lock opened that menu. Because I didn't read the escape button part. But once I figured it out, you know. How's it going? Let me know if I hate the changes. Well, I don't know if I'm on board with the middle mouse not being Omni-key anymore. I had to go in. I have caps lock overridden, so it doesn't turn caps lock on and off. And I had to go disable that. I had to re-enable my caps lock key. But, you know, that also means I wasn't using it for anything, so it doesn't really matter that I can't use the caps lock key. But the reason I disabled it is because I accidentally hit it so often. Because it's right next to shift and tab. But that's rebindable, so I could... I'm the 1% you're willing to sacrifice. Yeah. No, that's fair. I'll just make a new YouTube video complaining about it.
The tale of
Okay, so what I want to... I need to grab the movement speed flask. Might as well just grab 2 of them. And identify this. I mean, it's better than nothing. Added fire damage, I think. I should really see if there is a red, red, blue,
hasn't abandoned.
and I should change to a shield
There's a fine. You managed to.
so I can shield charge. Yeah, it's fair. And I'm willing to find out that I've been wrong the entire time and that switching the key is not going to be frustrating. I'm just afraid that it will be. But, you know. I have another question. I'm gonna ask you about something real quick. So when we go here,
Hail, Godslayer.
and you've got this, right? And it's PoE gem slot 3. I got 2 suggestions that might... One is probably easy, the other one's probably hard. If I've named the build, can it put the build name next to this? So that I can be like, oh, I don't remember what slot I'm on. Oh, this is the Righteous Fire, you know, whatever. But also, when I click on it, can it actually... If there are multiple skill sets, can it have like an all skill set 1 to 20 skill set, you know, whatever, and so I can only buy the ones that I need for the skill set I have? I don't know how hard that is.
You don't stand a chance.
Feel free to ignore all of my suggestions. No, 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 no. The top 1% suggest... Meaning I suggest a lot of things? Or you like my suggestions a lot? Because, like, to be fair, the name thing is probably a me problem because I run so many builds and most people won't ever care. But also the kind of person who plays enough builds to like the fact that you have the Lily Roth stuff probably also would like that change. I don't know. And the other bit is just for stopping me from doing this and be like, okay, now I need this build, this set. Also, one thing that doesn't get taken into account is when there are multiples. Like this build has like 5 life tap sockets in, but when you're searching, it only tells you to buy life tap, not how many to buy. And I don't know if it'd be easy to have a little reminder up in the same text that says, you know, scroll for the next group that says life tap times 3 or whatever. But that's going to be a lot of figuring out, because you need life tap in any one set. Might mean it shows up 7 times. You don't want to buy life tap 7 times just because you're reusing it. You know, I don't know. It gets complicated. I have 4 skill points. That's true. That's another button click.
Never wear chains again, Caton or otherwise.
That's true, but I also ran into the identical issue already. Because in my Bama build, it has alternative entire skill sets. So there's like 3 different ways you could level. I'm gonna go in here. I actually need the life flasks, not the movement flasks. Okay, before I start the move for POB standardization, I want to start a move for people using POB in all builds in Path of Exile 2. Because it annoys me how many builds in Path of Exile 2, it's like 90% of the builds don't even use a POB. And I know that there are reasons. God, you guys are so fast. No, you're gonna kill me. Get out of there. The hasted guys. Man. If I get big enough where I could actually start a movement like that, then absolutely.
Every death brings me
100% I will be. Yeah, what I did with the Bama build, in the end, was I went in and just deleted from the POB the ones the path I didn't plan on going, and that fixed mostly, which is a reasonable fix. There's nothing wrong with doing it that way. Don't actually need that. I do want to put the large mana flask in, the large life flask in. I can drop that mana flask. Okay. It's like That's funny.
Your brawn is about to meet its match, Brute. Give the Warden my regard.
Your frightened heart echoes from these stones. Come. Let me embrace you.
Sounds good. I wish I hadn't replaced my flasks before coming up to this floor, because I wasted all those flask charges.
Let me embrace you. Your spirit is the plaything of the ancestors, slave master.
For some.
Bah! Another pig without a pen! sine quarter.
I still not picked up a portal scroll.
Land I walk upon.
That feels like Fairgraves. It is. Drop a portal scroll. Thank you.
I survived the pits of Trathus. I'll survive you.
Please understand.
I mean, I would like to see RF actually be viable endgame. Right now, it's good for getting to endgame and even your first couple of watchstones, but it really falls off. You have to invest too heavily, and it's because RF is good for clear, but you can't have it. You used to scale gem levels for both RF and
Remember you, Fairgraves. Your death will be much celebrated.
I didn't mean to do that. That was a waste of a portal. You used to be able to scale RF and I sell
We must take.
that.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Then I should be able to recolor that and hopefully. Nope, went the wrong way. It's armor energy shield. Why did it? Anyway, yeah, fire trap and RF would used to go well together. Um, I mean, they still go well together, but you used to be able to scale them both relatively easily by scaling gem levels, and now you can't. And so you either have to focus on scaling RF, and then you really aren't scaling Fire Trap very well, or you focus on scaling Fire Trap and RF falls behind. And I don't like either of those options. So
Stay sharp out there.
So I'd like to see something change with either how you scale RF or something. Beyond that, I don't know. I kind of just want to see something new. Like, I don't mind, you know, tornado shot getting back into the mix would be kind of nice. Like, I know that tornado shot is used by some builds, but it's not huge. Oh. I was talking to my brother about the Path of Exile, and he really wants to. He's tired of the campaign. That's the main reason he hasn't come back in a while is he doesn't want to play the campaign over and over again. So it'd be nice to see something that smooths out the campaign to some extent to draw back some of the people who really actually enjoy the game but just don't care to do the campaign. Without ruining the integrity of the game. And we talked about it for a little bit and came up with a couple ideas of how we could do it. Like, he likes the idea of infinite delve being a alternate leveling path. And what we were thinking, is like in the beginning, infinite delve, you'll level faster, right? It's more consistent. It's just a faster way to level. So that ruins the race to end game. And by race to end game, I don't just mean who gets there first, but who gets there early to try to get an advantage in you know, being first to market with leveling uniques and stuff like that, and being able to sell them for a little bit more than they'll eventually be worth just by being first. And I like the idea that you get rewarded by getting to the end game first. I don't like the idea that there's an alternate way that if you don't do it, there are two paths, and if you don't do infinite delve because you don't like it or whatever, you're doing it wrong. I think alternate leveling path makes sense for maybe your second character of the league. You know, you've already got an end game. You've already done what you need to do. So now there's an alternate way for you to level for a second character. I think it should be every league, one character has to make it through the campaign. But that doesn't help people like my brother who probably will only play one character and just don't want to play the campaign. I mean, I enjoy leveling. I don't understand why he doesn't enjoy the campaign. It's using up all of my flash charges early. Gotta do that. Whew. And so there's for players like my brother who aren't going to race to the end game, and so getting there faster just helps him do better, and he doesn't actually care that he's first to market with whatever, you know. He said he wouldn't mind starting a week late in order to not have to do the campaign. And so an idea we had was make Infinite Delve, you know, make a couple of ways to level. It can be Infinite Delve, Infinite Heist, you know, something that are just different ways to level. That you pick one, and that's how you get to end game. And everybody, week one, you have to do the campaign to get to end game on your first character, and then every character after that, you can do any of the alternate leveling methods. And then week two, it unlocks for even your first character, you can do a different leveling method to help you catch up and get to end game without having to do the campaign if the campaign is something you don't like doing. That way, it's time gated, but the people that that get hurt by being time gated, you know, hurt is even a loose kind of term there, but the people that it slows down by being time gated, either don't care because they weren't going to level the campaign and they probably just would never have played, or
Your curse is over, Siren. Rest with Hine, mother of the dead.
you know, it accomplishes the same thing as not having a secondary leveling technique because it makes you level on the same playing field as everybody. Everyone has to level the same way for the first week for their first character. I don't know. I'm probably doing a really bad job of explaining it. Yeah, I think playing the campaign once per league is good enough for the way I play. And I probably would still do the campaign some of the times because I like the campaign. I like leveling through the campaign. And it helps me get ready for the next league where I need to level through the campaign. Right? But also, if the campaign is why you don't play, time gating is the only way I can see. Because the people who it helps by not or hurts, I don't know. I'm trying to think a way to put it that makes sense, but my ADHD is getting real bad right now. Time getting lets you have best of both worlds, where you still need to make it through the campaign if you want to have that first little bit of access, you know, I don't know. But I think time gating also, you've already gotten the advantage of making it to end game first. So having your second character be able to do it, whether you've hit the time gate yet or not, also doesn't really matter. It just lets people experiment earlier with new builds.
The Eternal Empire was built by sickened minds.
I think the way that makes sense to me is having a combination of your second character or 1 week in makes the forcing people to do the campaign accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish. That is a better way of putting it than the way I've been trying to put it. You know, it levels the playing field for everybody. Because 1 week in, I even said like 3 days in would be fine with me. But my brother said it would make more sense to be just a whole week, and it wouldn't bother him any. He just wouldn't play for the first week, which is fine. But like, he would never be competitive in the endgame market, whether he did the campaign and started day one or not. So it doesn't matter that he doesn't do the campaign, because it's like he's not part of the issue that's needing to be solved. Yeah. Now I think I've said it like 4 different ways. Maybe one of those ways made some sense. But like, if you had 4 different ways to level, and it was like infinite delve, infinite heist, infinite breach. Some people specialize in campaign carrying. I don't know what that means. There are people out there that just carry other people through the campaign. I imagine that even the fastest you can do the campaign is still like 2 hours. Well, I guess because you'd come out at the end of the campaign and either be severely underleveled, or you had to do a minimum amount of XPing. I don't like. I know that you can solo the campaign in under 3 hours if you have good gear.
The ancestors watch over me.
Ah, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. So if you specialized in carrying through the campaign, I imagine you're just doing it level synced. And you're still level 80, 90, whatever. And all you're doing is like, okay, we kill this guy now, and I use like flame dash or, you know, movement, probably shield charge, you know, leap slam, something to get through the campaign really quick to find the guys. You know, find the bosses, find the exits, knowing which waypoints you can, you know, come to me, do this. That's a good question. This is Exile UI. I just updated. I have to remember how to open the settings menu. This is Exile UI. This is probably my favorite tool that's ever been made. And Lilokin in the chat, here's the guy who made it. And it has a bunch of features to it. What you're probably asking about is the act tracker. With the act tracker, you enable this. You can import a Path of Building code. And when you have a Path of Building code imported, you can open your first that gives you this tracker at the bottom. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. You can just turn that off and not use it. But it will tell you when to go grab trials. It'll tell you when to pick up skill gems if you have that turned on. I have those settings turned off, so it's just going to tell me what quests I need to actually do. And then it will tell you what skills to take, and this 5 means you gotta grab the 5th one down, which is the regenerate life per whatever. And then you use Q and E to switch between the different trees. And you do have to line it up, but with it lined up, you can, you know, move the trees around together. Ilokan told me about that one. I didn't even click to me that you could do that. And so you can see all the trees, and then if you do 1, 2, 3, and 4, it tells you which ascendancies to take in what order. So it's very useful. It also has, let me just grab, it has some additional features built in. So if you're living like a second character, you can go talk to Lily Roth, go to purchase items. It knows you're in Lily Roth's menu. You hit, it's caps lock. And then I know this build is in slot 3, so I click slot 3. And this is now highlighting all the skill gems I need to buy for this build in all the different trees. And you scroll wheel to switch between them. So you can just grab, and that's what I did here. That's why my inventory is full of skill gems. Is because I use this to buy them all. And if you are doing it when you're first leveling, when you're turning in quests, it'll tell you to turn in a quest, and then it'll tell you you can now pick up this gem, which you can go to here, and then oh, it's caps lock now. It was middle mouse button for a long time. It's caps lock now, and that's customizable. You can change it. Yeah, it's really powerful. It's not to a point where it needs me to pick anything up, so it's not telling me to buy anything. But it has other features built in. So Act Decoder will it'll kind of tell you what the different layouts are for an area and what direction you should go. Depending on which area you have to figure out which area. It's not like screen reading to figure out which layout you're in. So you have to choose which layout you're in, and then it'll tell you where to go from that layout. It has some cheat sheet information for betrayal if you want to do that. You can put your own cheat sheets, so you can hold the button, and it'll pop something up on your screen. Clone frames is really cool. If you have a really important skill that has a cooldown, you can create a clone frame, and let's say it's like this button. Oh no, I gotta do edit. This button, that button, that button. Now I can have this. That is it is a clone of what's on the screen. Discard. I don't really use clone flames myself, but it can be really easy to see, like when a flask is up, you can put it right in front of your character. Enchant Finder is for finding the neck piece thing. I forget what they're called. I don't really use item info, but it'll let you cursor over an item and tell you information about the item. So it's like, oh yeah, this one has a relatively low roll on its max life and it's tier 9, you know, stuff like that. There's so much to this. I have a whole video on it. Amazing tool. Oh yeah, I've also, thanks to Lyoken, figured out what these numbers down here all mean. I knew the middle number was your level. So this is the lowest level you get a zone that you get 100% XP in, and the highest level zone you get 100% XP in. So I'm in a 16, which is my level, so I'm going to get 100% XP. But I know I'm within my safe range. I can be in a level 18 and still be getting 100% XP. That was very useful once I figured that out. And by figure that out, I mean asked Lilokin why the numbers didn't make sense to me, and then he figured it out for me. Yeah, it's called Exile UI. It's on GitHub. Support Lilokin if you can. I just made a loop. So, what, what, the widget key. Widget key is tab. That's not working. I'm holding tab here and it's not doing anything. The key changes were just made yesterday in a patch, so still figuring out some things. Doesn't support 3440p. I guess I only use 4K, so. Oh. There you go. He's going to use it once, and he's going to be an instant convert, and is going to have it on every time he levels any character from now on. This one, it's not working here either. So if a zone doesn't have layouts, it just doesn't show up. I don't use that very often. I should probably use it more. I would think that it would still pop up the header over on the left and then just say that there's no layouts for this zone. Yeah, Act 2, Crypt level 2. Did it also just not have one? And I happened to try it on 2 that don't have them.
You are.
And Riverways. I'm trying it in every zone I go in now. I mean, this is another just follow the road, but... This has the hint for the act tracker, but isn't there supposed to be? I didn't do it right. This way. Is the act tracker overriding the zone button? All right, there it finally popped up. So it works. I just kept trying it in zones that don't have layouts.
Just what I needed. More raid class filth.
Yeah. I can see that. Oh yeah.
I've
All right. Let's identify these three things.
What troubles you bring now?
Lots of red, red, green. No red, red, blue.
Going?
Yes.
Don't have rings. Can I have fire resist ring? I'm not gonna worry about that. Um,
Goodbye.
you need an AI to do the dirty work for you. Oh, that was a quick way to find oak.
You strike.
I can put life tap in something. Here. Here. Life tap. And take life tap out while I have mana. Really? Oh, you're just gonna regen mana or life? Okay. I need to switch things up. Alright. I'm gonna put this back here. I need more intelligence in order to level that up.
My help is yours.
There was an intelligence amulet. We'll put that on.
Be well.
Put this back in.
What? Exiles.
Okay. So we're gonna go back now.
Did House Kyaxin send you? No? Then be gone.
Do I have to reset the zone because I left?
strike.
And again, I didn't get much further. Okay, let's refund that one and put that one in instead. Okay, that's not enough. So
I greet you. Goodbye.
Make it fast.
let's grab these boots.
Exiles.
And we're going to binding. Movement speed. I mean, that works. Okay, and that does have. So I can do this. But life tap on there. So the life tap. um, means that casting that guy doesn't cost me mana anymore. So it doesn't stop me from doing my other attack.
You strike. is over, Bandit King.
Some
There's no blacker magic than death.
Quite a strength. There.
Hey, Jimmy Deans. Ah.
I think I just found a routing issue. When you have it set to help Creighton, the last town you were in was Act 1, because you turned in the quest there. And so when you relog, you end up in Act 1. This should be not relog, it should be portal.
ancestors forgive me. I have opened the way to Kitava, father of corruption.
This guy's fire and ignite resistant. Yeah, I'm just gonna move on. I really need to gain a little bit of XP here. That'd be nice.
Thank you, my ancestors. I will repay your gift.
Your editor doesn't support cross-act referencing. I guess you don't even need to go back to the Act 2 town. That's probably what you're talking about. Because if you relog, you go to the Act 1 town, you can just use its waypoint to go on, and you never need to go back to that town again.
I give this warrior of Kitava to you, Tokohama, my father. It is good to feel your warmth again, Ramako, father of light. Love hunting. Oh, that was a juicy one, Exile.
I don't mean to.
No, I'm supposed to just leave right here, but I really need to switch to Righteous Fire if I can.
Madam, there is nothing else.
A strange.
You are a welcome sight, daughter of Namakanui.
Need some help.
I got 2 fire rings. Puts my fire resist up to 77%, which is 1 lower than I can be. Means I can switch to Righteous Fire, but I need... God, stop. I really need... So I don't need that. I don't need that. I'm going to be switching to Righteous Fire, so I'm not going to be using this anymore. Why? It's armor and shield. Why'd you get 2 green? Okay, so Righteous Fire gets... we'll put Frostblink here. Put Shield Charge. I'm going to put Shield Charge there. And then, can I put faster attacks in? Yes. Then we'll put Fire Trap in. Fire Trap is in the right click. Don't need Flame Wall anymore. Do Righteous Fire, Elemental Focus. No. And Burning Damage Support, which I can't put in yet. Or Efficacy. I can, so we're going to put it down here. So I can have all three of them. And I have that. And Frost Blink. We'll put Flamm... Oh, I can't use Flammability yet. Put Vitality in. And then we need to make these rings rare. Do I have any essences that would help? One fire damage, sure. Wait, can I not? Oh, put it down. That one's just gonna get a regular. Give me some more intelligence. Yeah, I don't need this intelligence anymore. So flame walls going away. Combustion, I think I keep. That's going away. That's going away. That's going away. That's going away.
You're simply too stupid to be realistic, aren't you, brute? Enough of this!
Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Be careful.
Karui slaves were once bought and sold like pigs here.
Got to timer resume. What? Glitched. I think it moved forward as I clicked forward. Yeah, skill issue. 100%. I mean, I don't think that could be anything other than a skill issue.
You look soft. House Kato would have broken you by now.
Yeah?
This is the eternal way, pretty and lifeless.
I was getting used to it doing Doc's second. It doesn't actually change it that much in time-wise. I think Doc's first makes more sense, but it is a higher level, so if you're right on the edge, like I am, Now I'm under leveled.
This is not a challenge, but I welcome it nonetheless.
Only 76%? I mean, I didn't even gain a level in there. I moved the wrong one.
The beetles.
You and what is that? The cockroach. I like dash. You may go.
Wording and panel space is always a plan. So what you do is hold escape. In the act tracker, just have a toggle that's prioritize area level or prioritize pathing, you know, or check boxes, you know, or something. You got some room here. And what you can do, what I also thought about is maybe a checkbox that's minimize return to town, because there's a few quests where you go back to town just to turn in for one skill point, and it's like, well, I really just need to return to town at the last possible moment because I don't mind having extra skill points just sitting here. That's just my personal preference, and I could just edit my own path if I really wanted to. So it probably just makes sense to leave it generic for the and non-confusing for the normal person, and let the weird people like me, if I really want to, just change that wording myself. I don't understand why I'm not finding any enemies a lot of time in here. Like, I wanted to get some extra XP, but like, there's just so many areas with no enemies. I got it used to that not being tab anymore.
You've forgotten in your place, Karui slave. Let me remind you. I fought for God. Who do you fight for?
What? I literally hit my flasks and instantly died.
By the ire of innocence, I denounce.
Ooh. Ooh. That's really good. Bunch of fire damage to spells. And +1 to level. Which helps my fire, so levels help my fire trap.
Piety, you are truly Kitava's slave, a daughter of corruption.
You've done your ancestors proud, Karui. Now, here's your warrior's death. Damn you!
The you piety.
Goodbye.
I'm ex-Triumph and militia. You're as good as dead.
The Karui do not hide in towers built of fear.
Think your god's watching? Then you're a greater fool than even I was.
I'm 2 levels below. I should really gain some XP here. Now I'm only 1 level below. Yep, I'm 2 levels behind again.
You stain the ground with your presence.
Yeah, I can put flammability in that way. What did I put in? Oh, I don't have a spot for flammability. I also still don't have a chest plate. There's a vault side area. Normally I'd skip it, but I could use some XP.
exiled an animal. Now you almost resemble a man. Karui.
Oh, no, no, no.
Submit, heretic!
Have you ever seen the true face of God, exile?
Die in awe! Die in awe! Touch of God! The light of divinity!
I clicked. I clicked to move, and I don't know why it didn't go down this way. It went up.
Die in awe! The light of divinity!
This world is an illusion, exile.
The Empire dies with you, Dominus. The Karui. Follow a dead river to the foot of Kitava's kingdom. Just how the elders at home told it.
Alright, fire ignited resistant again.
You sure you want to do this?
Okay, all dropping ringmail coats. I don't mind ringmail coats, but... Hmm. You know,
This
I
land
wonder
is
if this wouldn't be an okay
I will remind it.
bit of XP. I don't know if I will break out enough for it to be worthwhile.
I don't deal in introductions. Just how it comes.
Doesn't seem like it.
Your empire is dead, Vol. Join it.
We open the Mar.
Look at.
Kitava's belly rumbles. He is hungry for me.
You're not Kayakson, are you? I'd hate to have to be nice.
Karui and Maraketh once fought together. I honor that friendship.
You sure you want to do this?
You will feast no longer, Kitava. The ancestors demand it.
Oh, jeez.
I am Tusker Holmes' way. I felt.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these
walls, the Lady of Justice doth preside.
Come on, jeez.
Is watching.
How many times do I need to click that? I mean, once, but my aim is just terrible.
The weary traveler draws close to the end. When one defiles the effigy, one defiles the Emperor. To command is to act. Such resilience. You are not an emperor if none will kneel before you. When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. The emperor entertain doubt and the world attends. Stand your ground. You were born for this. This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting. aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep. Our throne is the most devious trap of them all. Are you a martyr? Right in your gilded dungeon, Ascendant. Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise, Ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
Okay. So that'll help my defenses quite a bit, because now that capped my resistances.
I am the Reso, the Sword King. It was here in the pits of Theopolis that I made my name, killing rabid dogs and wild boars before I could even be considered a man. In this, so glorious of arenas, I care nothing for your past, only your future. And for that, you will have to fight.
Oh, yeah?
I may. I'll move on. I charge by the minute.
People of the gutters, steel your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand. An adequate performance challenge.
You think we found the general issue that the specific were another question for another day? It looks like I'm gonna get 90 minutes out of my first day back. Oh, yeah?
Welcome to the grand arena of Theopolis. It is here that I first laid out. Die a death worthy of applause, gladiator.
Bah! Another pig without a pen!
Wait, I wasn't supposed to do all this. Whoops. I saw most of it. I didn't get a chance to finish it. I got busy, got sidetracked, and then. It's a good thing I don't use any Cisco stuff. Oh, I was standing in a thing. Yeah, it seems like it's a min-maxing strategy for area level that most people don't actually care about. It's just extra zoning. I don't disagree with the change. I understand why it is the way it is, and I almost feel like there should be two routes. There should be the casual route and the tryhard route. And the casual route assumes you're going to be slightly over-leveled, and so doesn't care about all the really the nuanced things of going to the docks last because of your level, you know, and stuff like that. And the tryhard route where it does care about that stuff. But then you have two routes to keep up. And that seems a little bit, a little bit much. But then again, I think everybody who normally uses the tryhard route probably doesn't use this tool. So the casual route's probably more of the player base or the target audience of the tool, I kind of feel like. Personal director came up to you after asking how I'm feeling, goes, I'm really glad you took a week off. You were looking rough last week, and you deserve a break. Yeah? Personnel director, not personal director. Yeah, sometimes people need time off. You just need to step back. I was always really bad about taking time off. Because I would do like, well, first of all, I have a lot of stomach issues, so I ended up taking a lot of time off randomly instead of scheduling a decent chunk at a time. And so most of my time off was used for a day or two here and there instead of actually like taking a week away, which is probably not the best route. He's not HR to old school Marine to be HR personnel director. Okay. Oh, I'm again misreading it. He's too old school Marine to be HR, so he's a personnel director. That makes sense. Most places I've worked here just like only shitbags took time off. You know, there's a lot of is there a time where taking time off is kind of a crappy thing? Yeah. if you're, you know, for example, you know something big is coming in, and so you schedule time off to avoid the big thing that's coming in, that's a crappy thing to do. If you're taking time off because you need some time off, and you're at least trying to stay away from all the big stuff, you know, so you're not like, oh, I'm not going to take the you know, take Black Friday off when I work in retail type thing. Like, sometimes, like, hey, this year my family's going on a trip, and so I do need to take Black Friday off because I'm going to be out of the state, you know, with family. That makes sense. But, oh, no, I just don't feel like dealing with all the people. Well, then don't work in retail. You know? I don't know, that's probably not the best example, but, yeah. Stuff like that, though.
With a warrior's death, Calm. It is more than you deserve.
Or purposely taking off,
The way to a god's heart. His guts.
when at the county we had change freezes so that things cannot be changed during those weeks. During the change week, yeah, absolutely. During the change freeze, absolutely take time off. That's a great time to take off. Nobody can change things, so things break less often. The day after a change freeze, when everybody's squeaking in everything so that they don't have to, or because they haven't been able to make changes for a while, or non-emergency changes anyway, doing it on purpose because you know, like, oh, you know what, I don't want to deal with that. That's a dick thing to do. You can weaponize your time off. Most people don't do that, and you shouldn't treat people like they're doing that on purpose unless you know they're doing it on purpose. I'm also of the mind of, like, you pay people to get work done. You don't pay people to be at their desk. You pay them to get work done. And so if somebody is able to get a week's worth of work done in 4 days and they just don't do anything the last day, like, if they want to do stuff and go above and beyond, absolutely. You know, you should reward people who do that. But if they get all of their week's worth of work done in 4 days and they just sit at their desk watching YouTube every Friday, you know, that's not a problem. They got their work done, you know. You pay people for a certain amount of stuff to get done. Right. Yeah, you give people who get work done as much or more work than they're expected to get done. You're supposed to be like, oh yeah, I really appreciate that. For getting extra work done, I'm going to do XYZ for you. You know? Like, hey, you know what? We're gonna have catered in lunch on Friday because a significant number of the people have gotten some extra work done. You know? or you wanna cross train in this other thing that is not normally part of your job. Well, you get your work done. So Friday is a great cross training day. You can do this, and then you're still helping both of us. You know, like there's so many ways you can reward people for doing extra instead of punishing people for doing extra by giving them even more work. Hey, you get all of your stuff done ahead of schedule. We're gonna let you pick the project you want first. You know? You want to be on this project? Absolutely, we want you to be on this project. I don't know.
Wasn't half the man you are, Marauder.
Now okay, if you've got time to lean, you've got time to clean. That mindset works in specific environments. It doesn't apply to every job. Now, when you are like, that was a saying that was at McDonald's when I was an employee at McDonald's, you know, 25 years ago. In that situation, I think that's absolutely true. If you've got time to lean, you got time to clean. We have a certain amount of extra jobs that we generally don't have time to get done during the workday. And you can be like wiping down the counter around you. Now, does that mean like deep cleaning everything just because it's slow? No, but general pickup is fine. But that doesn't apply to desk jobs. You know, and it's that mentality like, okay, well, what is the, if you've got time to lean, you've got time to clean version for our area, you know, because cleaning, like, yeah, you should keep your area clean, you know, don't have a messy desk, but that's not really here or there, you know. But hey, if you've got time to mess around, then you might as well be doing XYZ. You had a manager would write you up if you didn't have a rag in your hand when you walked by. I had a manager that was not that bad, but yeah, was kind of a little overbearing like that sometimes. Like, there's some amount of that. But then it also comes down to, if it's slow enough where you have the extra time, but the area in your immediate vicinity is also clean, well, that's on them for scheduling so many people, and they just need to let you, you know, chat with your neighbor a little bit. When I worked for the cable company for phone support, they kind of had the opposite mentality. It's like, we hired you to answer the phones. So as long as you're available to answer the phone when the phone rings, we don't care what you do between. And so I had a coworker that sat at the desk next to me, and we had a chessboard between us. Well, next to, it was one big like wiggle desk, so you had a corner that was this way that was yours, then somebody sitting the opposite way, and then you had, and so there was desk between us, and then we had to have a little piece of paper with an arrow on it that we would flip directions. So I took my turn, it's your turn. So if the arrow is pointing at you, you know it's your turn. And then, you know, we played DS games and stuff like that at the call center, and it was fine. I only got written up once because there was
You are free now,
an expectation that, or not an expectation, there was a misconception about how the internet worked, that they tracked internet activity, and it's like, you can use the internet. You can use the internet to play online games. That's okay, like web-based ones. But they also said every time you hit a web page, that counted as, you know, a minute of non-productive time, which you were allowed to have non-productive time. That it wasn't a problem. But I was doing some it was an online multiplayer base game. I don't remember what it was actually called, but everything was like real time. And so you kept the site open, and it would occasionally update the or it would constantly be updating what's going on, like, oh, you're farming resources, and then stuff like that. And the way the site worked, it counted as a page hit every like quarter second because of the way it reloaded everything. But a quarter second page reload counted as a minute of wasted time according to the way they did everything. So I got written up because in a month I wasted like 100 times more time than I was actually working. And I'm like, that's not how this works. And it's like, yeah, but unfortunately the way the rules are written, it's like, okay, I won't go to that game anymore. That effectively, that's the conversation I had. But because of the way the policy was written, common sense doesn't apply.
Accept the gift of immortality. Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death? Do you hear me, Kitava? Your slaves are dead, and your kingdom dies with them. You are the father.
I've desperate.
Okay, so I have room to put flammability in. Really should get a 4-link at some point. A fly on me. Okay, so where do I have fire trap? Fire trap, trap and mine damage. What does fire trap get? Swift affliction and life tap. All right. Oh, that's why that cap can turn off. This is supposed to be flammability. Ooh. 5 link. It's a really early 5 link. I hope I can recolor that. Okay, so
I'd lad. For
And thank.
yes.
Freedom comes to the.
alright, I'm just gonna keep it these colors. Ah, man, I really need at least 3 blue though.
Freedom comes.
Unlike these, some time ago, I fabricated
I'm gonna love tracking down this issue. So our super knowledgeable ask questions to guy. So it sounds like the truck is getting aerated fuel, but there's no leak. So I get to try to track down a non-obvious leak under vacuum or failing fuel pump.
Found agony that my mind was nearly. Now where was
was I?
Okay, so aerated fuel, with a non-obvious leak, maybe. Are the fuel pumps inside the tanks on the big trucks? I'm not going to use Armageddon brand. I don't know if I need these either. I'm going to keep going. Okay, that'll just be my fire trap links. That'll be close enough.
Hello.
And then scour it, and then essence life. As a suffix. So they have a pickup that leads to a merge block, then up to a low pressure pump, through filters, high pressure pump, distro block, lines, injectors. Okay. Yeah, because I know that some cars have the pump in the tank, and so it would make sense that maybe there's a leak inside the tank, so it's not very detectable. Okay. And then we'll do fire resistance. And we'll do... This already requires level 40. Boom. 33 fire resistance. Okay. Your logic has to be between the tank and the low pressure pump, because if it was after the fuel would be pressurized and noticeable. That makes sense. Well, because if it's aerated, then it's not that fuel is getting out, it's that air is getting in, right?
Turn around. I won't ask twice.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it in a static pressure, because if you're pumping the only low pressure area would be the suction side. I guess technically the high pressure pump could be making negative pressure close to it on its inlet side. I don't know. My brain, the way I'm thinking about it, would say it could be near either pump, but wouldn't it be on the inlet side near either pump? It could theoretically be between low pressure and high pressure if it's pushing and getting a bubble because the high pressure is pulling faster than low. Yeah. So the way I would think is like you've got the tank and the low pressure pump, and the entire section there is in suction. So you're not going to see fuel coming out, but anything can get in there. And then right after there, it's going to be higher pressure. So if there's a leak, it would be spraying out. But then it goes through a bunch of stuff, including filters, which have restrictions in them. And so that then you've got the high pressure pump after those filters. So the way I would think is it's either before the low pressure pump, and it can really be anywhere there, but closer to the pump is more likely, I would think. Or between the filters, which is a restriction, and the high pressure pump, because that area should also be low pressure and could suck air in. That's just the way my brain is trying to logic it. I don't know if that's actually valid. You know? I don't work on vehicles enough or pressure systems enough, but that's just what my intuition about that sounds like. Because a restriction will allow there to be a pressure difference between the opposite sides. And I guess the whole thing is probably a pressure gradient. Is the low pressure pump low pressure but higher volume? I don't know. Fluid dynamics gets real weird sometimes. Because there's also like Venturi tubes and stuff that don't make a whole lot of sense when you first think about it. Fuel filter gasket as well. I wonder if you know where it's at. So these have a manual plunger style primer on the primary filter pad. The O-rings in those have been known to go bad. I can imagine a scenario where it's sucking air through it. Yeah, that makes sense. Is there a way? So, is there a way to get, like, I don't know, like, right after the pump on the high pressure side, like, disconnect it and have it pump fuel into a cup and see if it's got bubbles in it? You know? I don't know. The bubbles would be very fine, I'm guessing. I'm just trying to think of any way to narrow it down. Pump the fuel into a container and see if it off-gasses more than it should. Because it's diesel, so... Because if you can tell if it's got air in it, and then you go back to, so you do it after the high pressure side, then you check it again after the low pressure pump, and it's like, okay, well, there's no air in it after the low pressure, but there is after the high pressure. But then again, the pressure itself could be causing air to get dissolved into it or something like that. Because that's literally how you carbonate beer is the they put it under pressure with carbon dioxide in it, and slowly the carbon dioxide dissolves into the beer. Wait, I can't. Oh, that has 2 green. My brain is like, that body armor is blue, red. Oh no, actually it's just armor. So yeah, RF testing. Welcome. So weird thing. Strictly RF. At least so far, I had way less issues on the Scion. I don't know if I got lucky, but I'm way behind. Although, as soon as I got the first ascendancy, things have changed quite a bit, and I guess that's the main difference between the Scion. So it must have been luck. I like, for the most part, I like leveling. Although I just got a chest plate that's a 5-link that's going to make a big difference. You level as Sunder? See, I'm not a fan of Sunder. You know, I haven't played Sunder in a couple of leagues, which has been, so it's been like 2 years. I should give it a try again. Maybe my next leveling test will be leveling as Sunder. Maybe what I'll do is I'll spend some time, if you have your document. Okay. I'll take a look at that and see if I can like set it up in Path of Building. Jeez, I'm just not paying attention. I'm trying to look at chat. Well, yeah, I wanna make effectively leveling trees for it. You have the cast and stun swap in. Okay. So I'll take a look at it and maybe I'll do some tweaks to it. Leveling tree is done. Okay. So I'll just follow your build guide then.
Innocence.
Thank you. You deserve. Once kid. I think.
What in damnation have you done?
You got cast when stun swapped. We'll have to see if that gets modified. Whoa. I imagine most of the leveling parts of it aren't gonna be too bad. I keep forgetting to do flammability. Imagine most of the leveling is not gonna be too affected. Although, you know, that's been the case for a while, and I saw one video, I don't remember who did it, who was calling for more important than an endgame shakeup is a leveling shakeup. I don't know if I agree with that. But it would be nice to have a few more abilities that are a little bit easier to scale early on. So your stuff goes up to Blood Aqueducts only because you're gonna heist. Did you hear about the heist changes? I'm excited for heist. Because I was gonna do heist again, although more people doing heist might bring some of the value of doing heist down. I don't know how many more people are gonna do heist, but I called it earlier. Yeah, I need to get the chaos recipe thing up. Because I think I'm gonna try that out and see how well that works for me. Because I tend to not like chaos recipe. It feels very tedious for the reward you get out of it. And depending on how bountiful the league mechanic is, it might not be worth it. You know, Breach historically has been a pretty valuable league mechanic. It's true. I really should have. Next time I get back to town, I'm gonna change my chest plate out. I wonder if what I would enjoy better is Sunder up until first lab and then respec Righteous Fire, or maybe Sunder till second lab. Because second lab is gonna get me, and no. Yeah. You know what? That's a good point. So it sounds like I'm back to following your advice. So here's the other thing. I like to drop like my early on when I'm dropping like my flame totem and then continuing the holy flame totem and continuing to run. That feels pretty good because I can just keep moving and things are dying behind me.
Not all.
Yeah, it's not killing rares, but it's killing enough stuff that I was staying ahead in levels.
Freedom comes.
Let's move this here. I'm not even using Tempest Shield right now. Flammability does need to go somewhere. Trap and mine damage. Okay, so that's moving. Flammability can go on my shield. Fire trap could also use life tap. And then I have another blue and another green. Or red. Let's do burning damage support. Combustion. I don't know why I have Herald of Thunder. I'm not going to use that. Okay, I will, so I'll figure out how long it takes me to get to maps on this character. And then I'm going to try a Sunder. Well, I should really figure out how long it takes me to get to Blood Aqueducts on this character and mark that down. Oh, also, I need to, before I get too far away, click on the link you sent so I don't lose it.
You'll find no faith here. Kate made sure of that.
Also, did you hear what they said about mercenaries? I don't remember if I've talked to you about it since the mercenaries announcement stuff. Yeah, I think that's the best course of action for it. Ah. My suggestion for how to change mercenaries is I think that I've discussed it with you. I want them to make, when you defeat mercenaries or however they want to make mercenaries come up, have them be an item that is a contract, and have a spot for you to put a contract on your character, and that character then has that mercenary. It prevents you from being able to have one mercenary that you use on multiple characters without transferring it between the two characters. But, I mean, that's the same with other gear. So I don't think that's a big deal. Yeah. And I think that mercenaries should be tied to the heist mechanic. It makes sense to me. You know, that's the way you target farm mercenaries, is you run heists. Gives more of a reason to run heists, which I think is a good thing. And I think to fix the mercenaries being too powerful, just make it so they cannot wear uniques. If mercenaries cannot wear standard uniques, then that would fix most of the OP interactions with mercenaries. Now, there are still rares that can make them more powerful, but mostly it's the uniques that are the problem. And I think that it would open up some design space where they can make uniques that are meant for mercenaries that players can't wear. You know, so I think that opens up some customization. It makes them not super powerful, but still not useless. I also think that mercenaries shouldn't have 2 auras. If mercenaries always, if they had a max of 1 aura, so that you're not getting 2 free auras, or maybe just no auras. I like the idea of having 1 aura. It's not any more powerful than, you know, characters that go to life only can reserve all their life with auras and then still have eternal blessing on. I don't know that. I mean, you could do that and then also have a mercenary, so it's just one more aura. But I don't think that's make or break. All right. I'm making ribs, so I gotta go check on the ribs quick. It's time to see what temperature they're up to. I'll be right back. No, I did not. Okay, I'll have to look at that when I get back. I'll be right back. All right. They're progressing along nicely. So, it's time for... So you said it was a Twitch teaser? So it's just the Twitch drops. It's a shadow dual wielding daggers. I think a shadow can dual wield daggers. Okay. I think the what is it doing here with this? Is that picking up? Oh, it's picking up a chaos orb. Okay. So the pet is the teaser, but also is this cosmetic set that he's wearing something that's already exists? Because it's very spidery. Loot pets. I don't mind loot pets in games that pick up things like pick up things that don't go into your inventory, so it could pick up gold. Um, but I think that if there's loot pets in a game, one pet needs to be free. But I don't think that's going to be the thing. Okay, so you will get the Hiveborn Crawler pet after 45 minutes of accumulated watch time on any channel with the option. So here counts. Okay, and then this isn't rudimentary. This is actually really good. This equals efficiency. Is that supposed to be another plus? Is ore. Okay. So burn damage or efficiency. Okay, well, you expect me to read. Oh, man. Reading is like the. Uh. Yeah. Yeah, it looks good. I'll finish up. So today is Monday. Wednesday, I gotta bring my dad in for a doctor's appointment, so I'll be on later. Is everyone running the same build in your group? Yeah, I'm trying to convince my friends that we can do the same build. That is allowed, but usually if somebody's like, oh, I'm doing X, then somebody else is like, well, then I guess I'm not going to do that. Let me do this instead. It's like, no, if you enjoy something, run it. I don't care if you're doing the same build. In fact, doing the same build means that if I get a better piece of gear, you can have my hand-me-downs if it's better than what you've got. But my friends don't play as much as I do. I mean, most of my friends don't play at all. I got one friend who won't give the game a chance because of the orbs. Like, he played for a while. I don't think he got to maps. And he's like, I don't like the orbs. Yeah, exactly. Where? Ah! That's awesome. I don't make a lot of friends, so I tend to before I streamed, I didn't talk to anyone ever in game.
Let me teach you the laws of war.
Ah, the Loken only plays solo self-found. Well, that's the same as what we're doing. Yeah, this is not... Like, I was doing so much better on the Scion. I don't know what is... I don't know what the difference is. Alright, something's going on. My grill just started yelling at me. My smoker. Did it get stuck again? Oh, pellets are low. 1 minute. Jung's going after Pox RF. Okay. I think that's a joke. Because RF is comfortable as a league starter, but it is not really viable as like an end game build. It's really hard to scale a lot into end game. So it's not a great build. It's just low budget friendly. Is it? Is RF itself insane in T17s? Or was that cast when stunned? Is that T17's just the everything but the boss? Or are you able to boss even the T17 bosses on RF? Because my problem with RF has always been single target. All right, I'm gonna have to look and see what I'm doing different that makes my RF so. Is he scaling RF or is he scaling like Fire Trap? That's true.
You there, local, come here.
I can see, like, they already nerfed Impulsas once. But I can see the. What? Why? Why? Been DC'd. I'm not losing any frames. I'm guessing you guys are here watching me get DC'd this whole time. If you want to delete RF, you have to nerf Chieftain, and you'd be surprised if they did that. I wouldn't be surprised if they nerfed, because right now it's like a low percent for a high amount of damage. I wouldn't be surprised if they tweaked it a little bit, so instead of 500% of their health as damage, it's like 300%. You know, reduce the amount of damage the how long is it gonna let me sit here with my latency going up? Right now it's 104 seconds. There you go. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they changed this Hinicara Death's Fury explosion. And they're like, okay, it's gonna be a higher than 5% chance. You know, maybe they'll move it to 10% chance to do 250% damage. That would be a significant nerf, but also still useful. Still very good.
Choose your next move. Very careful.
Or maybe just move the number down, the damage number down, but not move the percent up. But that doesn't do any, that all that does is it basically solves your clear for you. It doesn't do anything for bossing without getting some way to get mobs near the boss. I ran right by it. I guess they could nerf the They could nerf the chieftain's fire resistance equals all resistance stuff, because you know that allows you to like double dip. Not double dip, but allows you to focus on fire resist, which is also allowing your other regen to be better. Although that in itself, like, I was playing Scion, which doesn't get that, and it was still doing just fine. You just have to grab more resistances. I don't know. And Scion actually was feeling better, but I think that maybe there's something... Scion Fizzdat. I also wonder how the new breach mechanic is gonna look. Because if it's very dense, RF might do really good at the new breach mechanic. Although, if you're trying to rush to endgame, you're supposed to be skipping the mechanic anyways, so... Why? Why is the zone line so big and easy to click? Unless they change it to be more like the way they changed oh. Abyss. Maybe they'll change it enough where it's not so just...
Yes, you've... Good work. With another... Greetings.
All right. Don't think time and tide wait for no man. Good tidings to you. Time and tide wait for no man. My gems and I'll make short work of you.
The Brand King. His time has almost come. Then...
You look soft.
Phew. Oh man. Jeez, what? Come on.
Señor, don't take.
So strong. So dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day. Really, we are both so touched by your generosity.
Oh, well, I can't tank that. I should have known that I couldn't tank that. I usually don't just stand still.
Born of ocean's mire, and death...
Hold on, Tiek.
Okay. I'm gonna see how quickly I can beat this act, and if I can beat it pretty quickly, I'll probably wait till I'm done with this act to head out. So again, it's Monday. I got people coming over, so I gotta get ready for people coming over. All right, sounds good. Well, appreciate you hanging out as always.
By the ire of innocence, I denounce you.
My dog's getting excited. She thinks I'm getting off. She's like, I want to go upstairs. Like, no, no. We're basement dwellers still. Gotta be up this way.
Choose your next move very carefully. Oof.
So I think I'm far behind my Raging Spirit run.
Think your God's watching? Then you're a greater fool than even I was.
Oh, man. Yeah, I definitely didn't die to this guy on my Scion run. Man, I died to this guy twice on this one. Good question. The leveling add-on I'm using that does a couple of different things is called Exile UI. It does this, which tells me the route to go, but also does a skill tree overlay that pulls from a path of building that you can import. You use Q and E to move between the different trees, so you can have all the leveling trees all set up, ready to go. It's one of my favorite things. Also, I don't have it set for league start, but when it's set to be a league start, as you're doing quests, it also tells you when to pick up skill gems. Yeah. Yeah, the leveling tracker is so okay. Let's go back into this. So the leveling tracker is the skill tree. And all of that. That's only a small portion of the tool. The tool has all these features. Act decoder is if I were to hold tab, this area must not have it. But in areas that have known layouts, it'll have like a it'll have like a known layout direction. I should be able to show you in another way, another one. Betrayal info lets you set things. So that, and then you have to set up like screen checks and stuff, and it will tell you like, oh, you have this person in the right spot, or you have this person in the wrong spot, and it'll help you with betrayal. Cheat sheets, it allows you to have things that are, like you hold the button, the Omni key is what it's called, which is caps lock now. You hold that, and it will pop open a screen under certain circumstances. Oh no, I enjoy talking about this tool. I think more people should use it. Clone frames is really cool. Yeah, this doesn't do anything in the game. It's all an overlay that is in front of the game. So it's not drawing it within the game. It's not interacting with the UI in ways other than what you can do with your own keyboard. So I can't really show it off, but one example is in here when I have this overlay turned on. It doesn't know where my screen is, and so I have this sticking off the top, and I have a second screen above, and it's going onto that screen. It goes off the side of your screen because it doesn't know. It's not interacting with the game client in any way. Clone frames is another cool one. So let's say you wanted to track your life flask for whatever reason. You can create a flask. You go to edit. You click, right click, and then you can middle click to move it around. And now you have a second spot that is live, and it shows you what's on the screen there. It's just cut and paste. Again, it doesn't do anything that is against TOS. Enchant Finder is for finding annoyance for your amulet. So you can search through the in-game system, and it also is able to tell like what oils you have. So, I mean, you have to tell it what oils they have, but it has a way of screen reading to see the oils that you have. But it's all like single button press is single action, and most of those single actions aren't even actions according to the way they define them in the TOS, because an action is a request to the server. And so having all this overlay and stuff is not against TOS at all. Item info. So what this does, if I were to hold the caps lock key on this item, I can see what this item has on it. It has a tier 10 life roll, tier 8 armor roll. Like, you can see this normally, but it's very visual. Like, oh, the base is a 33% base. You know, it's got low rolls up here. This one's crafted, you know, stuff like that. I don't use that one too often, but it can be nice for comparing items quickly. Map info is similar to item info, but for maps, it can help you to filter out maps. A lot of people don't like it because it's slower than just using a regex. Map tracker tracks like the maps you run. Minor QL tools, these are a couple of different things. You can have a notepad that's within the game. Lab overlay I use because it helps you with running lab. The alarm, I've been using this for being able to check my boats. So, you know, it's just, I'm holding tab and it's popping up this alarm window. You can use it for any number of things. Sanctum Planner helps you through the Sanctum to, you can figure out, you can set, once you have it set up, you can like right click on a room to say avoid this room. You can left click on a room to say I want to go to this room, and middle click to set where you are, because it can't read that. But then based on that, it can say, okay, well then you can choose these rooms or to avoid that room, or you know, whatnot. It's very useful. I have a whole video about it. Although there have been updates since that video. Search strings are really useful. Stash Ninja is crazy good. If I were to go back to my hideout quick, let's see if it's still working. So any stash tab that has a set layout, like the currency tab, whatever, where things have a set position, you can hold the Omni key, which again is caps, and it shows you things like, okay, so these are the things that are worth 1,657 divines for a mirror, 95 divines for a mirror shard. You know, divine is obviously one divine. I'm not sure what that spot is, but you can use the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keys to move through the different valuations, and that works on any tab that has a set layout. So you can do it again for essences. Most of these essences are relatively cheap, but you can see that, okay, these are the ones that have some value. It's really nice for fragment tab, which I don't know. I guess I have this fragment. You can see that, okay, this one's worth a divine. This is 3 divine, 2.5, half a divine. So Stash Ninja is also something I use a lot. It helps me to liquidate my stuff to get money when I need to. How do I get the tree overlay to work? Okay, so to get the tree overlay to work, what you do is you hold escape to go into this setting. You go into Act Tracker. You create a guide slot. If you don't import a path of building, it will still give you the general path, but it won't tell you when to grab gems and stuff. And it won't have the skill overlay. But what you do is you just click on import when you have the path of building code in your clipboard, and it will import it. So, for example, I'll create 4. I'll move to 4. I'm going to copy Pox. I happen to have Pox's website up right now. The Low Life Scion build. I'm going to import it. It says it's good. And you can see that this POB has turned green. Gems have turned green. Now, if I hit the caps lock key, this lines up with the Scion. This only has 1 tree, but this is the whole tree, you know? All these numbers, so like this 3 means grab the 3rd one down, which is corrupted blood cannot be inflicted on you. The 1 means grab the top one, 5% increased attributes, stuff like that. If I wanted to grab a different thing, like the Inquisitor League start, I could do that. I can go back in, and then import again. And now, this one should have, the Inquisitor League start. And it has multiple trees, so I can hit Q and E to go between the different trees. And then you can hit 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can see it's putting the overlay up. If I go back to my tree tier 3, or not, guide slot 3 that I'm doing, and I open this back up, and I line this back up, and then I hit the 1. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4. Tells you what order. Yeah, the caps lock key. If you look in the settings under hotkeys, it's Omni key. So whatever key you set the Omni key to, it's caps lock by default. It used to be middle mouse button, but he's changed it because of some interactions he's trying to avoid. He has to change it to something that doesn't get used very often. So the default is now caps lock. And you can change it to whatever you want it to be. But he's got it noted here. The key press is blocked. So if you push caps lock, it actually captures that key press and doesn't pass it into the game. Whereas the widget key is not blocked by default, but you can have it blocked by checking this box. But the Omni key has to be blocked. Yeah, he's been making this for a while. It used to be called Lilocan UI because Lilocan is the name of the guy who is developing it. He plays solo self-found most of the time. So, oh, okay. Yeah, do these quests. My ADHD is crazy. And so some of it is around solo self-found. Not all of it is. Oh, I don't want that. And he's changing the layout a little bit. The path for it. But like, if you don't like the path his recommended guide tells you to go to, built into the tool is the editor to change it however you want. Yeah, no problem. I have a whole video that it's like 45 minutes long, but it goes through every tab. This tool also works for Path of Exile too. The unfortunate thing about Path of Exile 2 is that most build guides don't have a path of building. And in order to get the overlay and the gems and stuff to work on the passive tree and stuff, it requires path of building. So you either go without that part and just have the tracker, which isn't as bad in Path of Exile 2 since all the uncut gems can be cut to whatever you need. Or you put it in path of building. But other than that, everything works with Path of Exile 2 as well. Yeah, I don't mind going over it. I think the tool's great. I think more people should know about this tool. So the more people who know about and use this tool, the better, in my opinion. All right, sounds good. Yeah, have a good, you also, good luck with your league start. Sure. Ah.
waits with open arms. Death waits with open arms.
I'm just not doing great on this character. I literally look away and die. I mean, I shouldn't really be looking away against this person.
Advance!
So justice will prevail.
So the labyrinth thing, if you click here, you hold tab, you click there, it brings you to poelab.com. You go to the version of the lab you're doing, you right click. It's got instructions on the thing. Right click, copy image, and then compass file, right click, copy link address, control A, control C. Now, if I hit tab, oh, today's has not been updated, but it would tell me where I'm at, and it has the map without having to have another site open, which is really good if you only have one screen. I don't usually need it on the lower ones. It must have just reset.
The weary traveler draws close to the end. When one defiles the effigy, one defiles the emperor.
And
Too quickly, the fall is inevitable.
died. Okay, well, I think that I need to hop off here. I'll pick up where I left off. I don't know. Maybe I should just try that other build, see how it goes, because this is already behind pace for where I'm at. So I might have to. I might try something else tomorrow. But yep, I'm gonna hop off here. I got people coming over. I'll be back on tomorrow. And probably try that other build right away. So thanks for hanging out. I appreciate everybody stopping by. Check out Exile UI. Support Lilokin if you can. Because this tool is amazing. Yeah. Have a good evening.